कहता कार ऊपर से दीवार लगाई है इसमें
जय श्री कृष्ण. We'll start the prayers with 3 ohms and some selected prayers for the first part. अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्त. जय योगीश्वर दत्त दयाळ. तुझे एक जग मां प्रतिपाळ. अत्र न सूया करी निमित. प्रगट्यो जग कारण निषेध. ब्रह्मा हरिहर नो अवतार. शरणागत नो तारणहार. अंतरयामी सतचित सुख. बहार सदगुरु द्विभुज सुमुख. जोड़ी अन्नपूर्णा कर माय. शांति कमंडल कर सोहाय. क्याय चतुर्भुज षड्भुज सार. अनंत बाहु तु निरधार. आव्यो शरणे बाड़ अजान. ऊठ दिगंबर चाल्या प्राण. सुनी अर्जुन केरो साथ. रीजो पूर्वे तू साक्षात. दीदी रिद्धि सिद्धि अपार. अंते मुक्ति महापद सार. कीदो आजे कैम विलंब. तुझ विण मुझने नालम. विष्णु शर्म द्विजतार्यो एम. जम्यो श्राद्ध मां देखी प्रेम. हम दैत्य त्रास्या देव. कीधी मैरते त्या तत खेव. विस्तारी मायादिति सूत. इंद्र करे हणाव्यो तूर. लीला कहीं कहीं सर. कीधी वर्ण विकोते सर. दौड़्यो आयु सुतने काम. कीधो एने ते निष्काम. बोध्याय दुने परशुराम. साध्य देव प्रहलाद अकाम. एवी तारी कृपा अगाध. कैम सुने ना मारो साध. दौड़ अंत ना देख अनंत. माँ कर अधवच शिशुनो अन. जोई द्विज स्त्री के रोसने. थयो पुत्र तूनी संदे. स्मृत गामी कलिताल कृपाण. तार्यो धोबी छेक गमार. पेट पीड़ थी तार्यो विप्र. ब्राह्मण शेठ उगार्यो क्षेप. करे कैम ना मारी व्यार. जो आणी गम एक जवार. शुष्ट काष्ट ने आण्या पत्र. कहो कैम उदासीन अत्र. जर जर वंद्या केरा स्वप. सफलते सुतना कृष्ण. करी दूर ब्राह्मण नो कोड. कीधा पूर्ण ना कोड. वंद्या भैंस दुजवी देव, हरियूं दारिद्र त्यां तत खेव, झालर खाई रीज्यो एम, दीधो सुवर्ण घट सप्रेम, ब्राह्मण स्त्री नो मृत भरतार, कीधो सजीवन ते निर्धार, पिशाच पीड़ा कीधी दूर, विप्रपुत्र उठाड्यो सूर, हरि विप्रमद अंत्यजहात, रक्षो भक्त त्रिविक्रमताम्, निमेष मात्रे तंतुक एक, पहुँचाड्यो श्री शैले देख, एकी साथ 8 स्वरूप, धरी देव बहुरूप अरूप, संतोष्या निज भक्त सुजात, आपी परचावो साक्षात, यवन राजनी टाड़ी पीड़, जात पात नीतने न चीर, राम कृष्ण रूपे ते एम, कीधी लीलाओ कई तेम, तार्या पत्थर गणिका व्याध, पशु पंखी पण तुझने साध, अधमो धारण तारू नाम, गाता शरे न शाशा काम, आदि व्याधि उपाधि सर्व, टड़े स्मरण मातथी सर्व, मुठ चोट ना लागे जान, पामे नर स्मरणे निर्वाण, डाकण शाकण भैंसासुर, भूत पिशाचो जमद असुर, नासे मुठी दईने तूर, दत्त धून सांभळता मूर्त, करी धूप गाए जे एम, दत्त भावनी आस प्रेम, सुधरे तेना बन्ने लोक, रहे न तेने क्याए शोक, दासी सिद्धि तेनी थाय, दुख दारिद्र तेना जाय, 52 गुरुवारे नितने, पाठ 52 सप्रेम, यथावकाशे नित्य नियम, तेने कदी न दंडेयम्, अनेक रूपे ज अभंग, भजतानने न मायारंग, सहस नामे नामी एक, दत्त दिगंबर यसंग छेक, वंदु तुझने वारंवार, वेद श्वास तारा निर्दार, थाके वर्णवता ज्या शेष, कौन रांग हूँ बहुकृत वेश, अनुभव तृप्ति नो उद्गार, सुनी हसे ते खासे मान, तपसी तत्वमसी ये देव, बोलो जय जय श्री गुरुदेव, अवधूत चिंतन श्री गुरुदेव दत्त। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, बरनो रघुवर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार, बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि, हरहु क्लेश विकार, सियावर रामचंद्र जी की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान जी की जय। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीश तिहु लोक उजागर, रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, जनि पुत्र पवन सुत नामा, महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी, कंचन बरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंजित केसा, हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा बिराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे, शंकर स्वयं केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, बिकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवम लाय सजीवन लखन जियाए। श्री रघुबीर हरषि उर लाए। समवाई सहस्र बदन तुम रोजस गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि सा, नारद सारद सहित अहिंसा। यम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाँ ते, कवि को विद के कहाते। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण मान, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जान। जुग सहस्त्र जो जन पर भानु, लील्यो ताहि मधुर फल जानु। प्रभु मुद्रिका मिली मुख माही, जल दिलांद गए अचरज। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवा, होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी शरणा, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमंत बीरा। संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम बचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल। चारों जुग परताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे। अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता, असबर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति जी के दासा। तुम्हारे भजन राम जी को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबरपुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित्त न धरई, हनुमंत से सर्व सुख करई। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करहु गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सत बार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंदे महासुख होई। जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय मह डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूर्ति रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसहु सुर भूप। सियावर रामचंद्र जी की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान जी की जय। उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय। सद्गुरुदेव की जय।
Jai Shri Krishna, thank you all for coming today to celebrate the life of my dad. Before we begin, I would like to ask you all to take out your phone and make sure your neighbor is also taking out their phone and silence your phones right now. And also, we would like to make sure that we show the respect to my dad that he gave to all of us while he was here. So I would really appreciate if we just take a second, everybody turn their phone off, put it on silent. And if you need to take a phone call, please step outside. Thank you. And at the end, when we get to visitations, my family and I ask that we do no pictures of my dad and his casket. This is not a day I think most of us want to relive. We've had a past rough couple of months, and we don't want to remember any of that. We want to remember him in his good spirit and his joy and laughter that he brought all of us. So today I'd like to start off by giving a speech that my dad wrote. We had some time these past few weeks where he knew he might have been reaching the end of his life, and he was thinking about some people during this time that he really wanted to thank for supporting him and being by his side throughout his life. So he says, my dear friends, my dear Roanoke Valley friends and family, thank you for being a part of my celebration journey. Me and my family are too blessed to have everyone in our life and raising my kids. My kids are my greatest memory growing up here, and we all have good memories here. Hope we all continue for another 50 years and many more. I'd like to specifically thank Tahiran Uncle, Atul Uncle, Prakash Uncle, and Jatin Uncle for showing me the light and supporting me when I needed it. I'd also like to personally thank my best friend from Bank of Badatot, Mr. Marty, and his staff. Special thanks to another person, Todd Pardson, and many, many special thanks to Lemon Candy owner Scott for keeping the business safe since 25 and continued feature with my stores. Special thanks to my volleyball group for letting me be a part of their Susasruti and my best buddy Ashram, Bhupesh, Radha, Mehul, Rinku, Yatin, and Foiba. Thanks to Aaron Kakaphilia group for having Monu, Brijes, Pinky, and Morvi. My cricket team, ROCC, thank you. And my pillars of my life, Haha Hee group. Without them, we could not stand this. All these characters in this group are like Charlie Chaplin and are a bunch of jokers. I'm proud of this family to have in our life. And a special thanks to my best friend Neelish from Boston. My dad also wrote speeches for his main three pillars, me, my mom, and my brother. So to my mom, my love. Oh, my love, my beautiful wife, Soni. Without her support, I cannot function. She is my heart and my soul, and there when I need it. We were blessed to have two beautiful kids, and I'm pretty sure they'll make you proud, just like us to you. I cannot thank you more than anyone else. She showed me the right direction when needed. Ishu, you are my well-organized kid that a dad could never imagine. To be a part of my pillar, I'm always there when you need me. Make sure you always support Mom and Didi, and always make sure to study hard, Beta, and to fulfill your dreams. Love always, Dad. And to me, he wrote, my dear princess and my favorite little daughter, you don't know how much joy you brought me in this world for me. Every time I see you, my pain goes away. I'm thankful to God to give me this princess gift. I'm taking these memories with me, and I'm not sharing them with anybody. You have been my strong kid and made me and Mom proud. Remember, God is looking from heaven and giving you blessings wherever you are. So now he wanted to play two things. The first audio clip is for all his friends that he had with him throughout his life, because we know that he's had some insane support from all of you through the ups and downs these past 50 years.
कीर्ति जी तो आपको बहुत लोग बर्थडे विश कर देंगे जिंदगी की क्या हैसियत रही है आपकी, कितनी औकात में मरे हो आप, ये तो उस दिन पता चलेगा जिस दिन आपकी मौत होगी। और कितने लोगों को ये लगा कि नहीं यार, आखिरी बार फिजिकली जाके देखना पड़ेगा इस आदमी को, तब आपका क्या कलर रहा है जीवन में वो तब पता चलेगा। एक शेर इसलिए लिखा था मैंने कि मेरे 2-4 ख्वाब हैं जिन्हें मैं आसमां से दूर चाहता हूँ, जिंदगी चाहे गुमनाम रहे पर मौत में मशहूर चाहे।
Next, for my speech, he actually gave me a song. When he was first diagnosed, he found a song that he thought really encapsulates mine and his relationship. And it's a song about a daughter and a dad. And obviously a dad and daughter relationship is one that cannot be broken. So he picked the song out, and little did he know, I actually also listened to that song a lot throughout his diagnosis. It was my comfort song, and I think it was also his. So instead of just listening to the song, I decided to make a little video to go along with the song clip, which we're about to play. Next up, we have the speeches from his 3 pillars to him now. And we're going to start off with the love of his life, my mom.
Yeah, I don't know where to start off. His personality is larger than life. Pinkesh is my best friend first, turned husband. If you ask him right now, how did you guys meet? He would say I was after him, but it was other way around. We both lived in New Jersey. We met in 1996 through his uncle's daughter. She's sitting right here in the audience, who was at that time my neighbor and a high school classmate. During one of his visits to her house, we were practicing a wedding dance, and soon after, he got my number from her and invited me to join a cultural dance program in his college, and we became good friends. Whenever he would spot an attractive girl, he would make me do all the hard work of matchmaking, asking me to go find out if she's single and if she wants to go out with him. As time went on, he would always drop his friends off first and save me for the last, even though my place was technically on the way home. It was his way of stealing a few extra moments with me. That's when we both realized he had fallen for me and I for him. Right after we got married in 2000, we both left our family in New Jersey and moved to Virginia and started our new life together, and were blessed with Dhruvi and Ishan. Pinkesh being social butterfly, we made way too many friends here in Virginia who became like our family members. He was a wonderful person, and our time together was filled with joy and gratitude. Every moment in years we shared is very precious. With Pink by your side, you can never have a dull moment. He is the perfect husband, obedient, ideal. I do want him by my side in every lifetime. No need to train anyone else. He's just got it right. We were two opposite persons attracted to each other. He would go the extra mile for me, planning vacation and capturing photos, knowing how much I valued creating lasting memories. The other side of Pink is he had a sharp eye for the ladies. No good-looking woman can go unnoticed from his eye. He literally can spot a woman from miles and miles away, literally. From recent example, during his month-long hospital stay, Pinkesh not only learned every nurse's name, but also developed a sharp sense of touch to which nurse is changing his back dressing just by touch of their hand without him even looking backwards. I apologize, though most of you did not have the chance to visit during his final days. I wanted to honor his wish to spare you from painful memories. He didn't want you to remember him in sorrow, since all of you have not only seen him enjoying and celebrating his life king size. And to give you better understanding what he went through, is he was diagnosed with aggressive metastatic kidney cancer back in November 2024. To be specific, I clearly remember the date, November 11, 2024. While getting treatment, the tumor spread to his spinal cord, had a successful spinal cord surgery, but while recovering from spinal surgery, tumor went on to his brain. After exhausting treatment options, he made the brave decision to come home and cherish his final days and final moments with loved ones. I am deeply thankful to friends, family, and the entire community for respecting our boundaries by giving us time and being just a phone call away if we needed you for support. And Pink, I'm sure you are so proud of me right now. I fulfilled all your wishes. One last thing remains for me to do is, Dhruvi, he wanted you to have your hand first, followed by Ishan's on top, then mine, during the last farewell button. Pink, even though I kept on asking and you never revealed who your favorite is among us three, I think I figured it out now who your favorite is. I love you forever, Pinky, and you'll be always missed. You're unforgettable, a memory that will linger in our hearts forever. Here's a toast to your king-size life. I will miss you with every sip of chai that I will drink for the rest of my life. And may you rest in peace.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I just want to thank you guys for coming here today to celebrate the great life that my dad has lived. He was friends with so many people, and I mean, you can infer that just based off the amount of people today that are here for him. And I want to say that these last few months have been hard, not just for Dad, but for me, Mom, and Druby, and all the friends and family that have been with us through this. When I figured out about Dad's cancer, it was me, Druby, Mom, British uncle, and Burvi auntie sitting in the living room when they told us. Dad waited.
Okay. You got it. If I get it, you get it. Head up. Keep your heads up.
Dad waited for them to tell us, and then walked in right after. We figured out. I immediately ran over, crying, and hugged him. It has been a long and rough journey since then, but I can confidently and proudly say that he fought through this as hard as he could. Even after he was diagnosed back in November, he would still continue to do whatever he could for me. He would drive me to and from the gym, get me to school early if I needed, and pick up whatever food I needed, and even more. And I'm so thankful for him. Even if I tried to thank him for everything he's done, my voice would give out long before I could. Dad has been my role model ever since I was born. There's not one man that I look up to more than him. He taught me so many things that I'll never forget. One thing I'll never forget about him is the energy that he had night in and night out. Almost everyone in this room can agree with me on the fact that his life was filled with so much energy. He showed this in many ways, including the way he talks, his constant singing, and his dancing, which he would do very often. And if you looked at the picture and the video that Druby showed, you could definitely see many examples of this. It's almost impossible not to have a good time just being around this guy. The energy that he brings is very contagious. He will always find a way to make you laugh or just put a smile on your face or cheer you up. Even when I'm mad, he'll joke around with me and lighten up the mood within an instant. I'll forever miss the memories that me and Dad have. I would do anything just to add those 16 years back just to be with him. I miss all the times we would go on walks after dinner when I was younger. I miss you coming to all my basketball games and signing me up for whatever camps I wanted to go to. I miss when we would drive around together, no matter where we were going. I miss going to watch Seahawks games or any other sports games with you. I miss you taking us to concerts just so that we would have fun. Even that one time, a couple years ago, when we were going to a Bruno Mars concert and we only had 3 tickets, and you told me, Mom, and Druby to go so that we would have fun, and you stayed in the hotel room. I miss all the vacations we would go on, even with as much as I didn't like traveling. The time spent with you was well worth it. I miss all the nights where you would wake up and come downstairs at like 3 a.m. and we would either eat Maggie or whatever snacks that we had, even if this caused me to eventually become what many people refer to as Chubby Ishan, which I'm often reminded by Hirschkaka that was the best version of me. I miss seeing your dance, whether it was at Gerba or while you were dressed up as a girl for the volley. I miss every time that I would fake asleep when we would get home late, just so that you would have to carry me inside my bed. I miss all the birthdays we spent together, and all the times we would go out to eat together. I miss all the nicknames you had for me, whether it was Ishu, Little Monkey, and many more that could go on forever. I'll miss when he asked me if I have a girlfriend, and if I said no, his response would either always be him giving me suggestions on who we think I should go for, or him telling me to pick it up, because when he was my age, he had about 8 girlfriends at the same time. My dad's main purpose in life was to make other people happy. Everything he did was always for something else. The jokes he told, stuff he did, it was all just to cheer everybody else up so they would have a good time. He always put everyone else's needs before his, and that is probably the best out of his many great qualities that he had. But I never would have expected to be giving a speech like this today at such a young age. My dad's life was only 50 years long, but a very amazing and memorable one it was. It had an impact on my life that will last with me forever, and I wish I could just have one more day with you. I would do anything right now just for a chance to talk to you one last time. Dad, you wouldn't... Dad, you will never be forgotten. No amount of words can define my love for you, but I hope this just gave a little bit of that message. You'll forever be a part of me. I love you, Dad.
Do a cheers, do a cheers, do a cheers.
Oh.
Cheers. Keep dancing. Do a cheers. Yeah, come on.
That's fine. Thank you, guys.
Jai Shri Krishna, thank you all for coming today and joining me and my family in celebrating the beautiful life of my dad. Please bear with me today as I try to give my speech, because right now I am living through my biggest fear, which is standing up here in front of you all while dealing with the loss of my favorite person in this world. Despite this, I have 2 things keeping me going through today. The first is remembering that if my dad was able to fight and be strong these past few months for me, Ishan, and Mom, I can also do that too for just these next few minutes for him. The second is that my dad once told me that he loves my speeches because he said I write so beautifully. He told me that when it comes time for me to give this speech, to throw him some jokes, but write how I normally do. So because of that, this is going to be one of the most important speeches that I will ever give, and I have so much to say, but unfortunately, there's not even enough time in the world to say everything I love about my dad. Before I start, I want to do what I'm sure my dad would have wanted me to do, and take a moment to thank my mom in front of everybody here today. She has been his rock, not only during his entire life, but most especially these past few months. I know everyone in this room is thankful for my mom, who has done everything in her power to support my dad through this tough battle that we've gone through. We didn't get much time with my dad, but without her, we would have never even made it this far. So Mom, on behalf of me, Ishan, Dad, and all his friends and family, thank you for everything you've done, because I know it hasn't been easy in the slightest. My dad, Pinkesh Patel, he was the son of Rajendra Patel and Urvashi Patel, the brother to Charles Patel, and the most loving husband to Sonal Patel. He was also the most perfect dad to Ishan Patel and Dhruvi Patel. He was born on September 17th, 1974, and passed away on April 30th, 2025. He lived the past 50 years with such caring and supportive people around him. I have truly been the luckiest girl in the world to have him as my dad these past 21 years that I've been alive for. He has always been my best friend and my biggest supporter, and he has always bragged about me to anyone and everyone any chance he got, and he was never shy to tell people that I was his favorite person in the world, just like he was mine. I truly believe that this was because I had his loud personality while also looking like my mom, aka the love of his life. Him and my mom together have showed me what true love looks like and have both served as my role models my entire life. I don't know any other couple who would wear matching flashy, colorful outfits, dance all night long, and love each other the way my parents do. These two together have taught me and my brother so much and have raised us to be the best versions of ourselves. I truly believe me and my dad had a special bond like no other. We've always comforted each other and made one another feel safe. When I was little, I had a fear of lightning and thunder. One night, it started to thunder and lightning outside, and he saw me scared and asked what was wrong. When I told him I was scared of the lightning and the thunder hurting us, he reassured me that me and him were together, and even if something did happen, at least it happens to the both of us together. Ever since then, I haven't been afraid of lightning and thunder because hearing this brought me so much comfort, and he's been my safe space and my protector ever since. This past November, the roles were reversed when one evening he was afraid to tell me about his diagnosis with cancer. He was worried about telling me the most because he knew it would be especially hard on me. After I learned about his diagnosis and faced him that evening, the roles were reversed this time, and it was me reassuring him. I told him this situation was just a chance God gave me to take care of him, and that no matter what happens, we would get through it together. The same night, me and him actually cried together, because after that, he just looked at me and told me that he felt so happy seeing me there sitting there with him. Me and my dad were always afraid to upset each other, but since then, we've both been extra brave for each other. He's always just been there for me and lifted my spirits, whether or not he knew it, and vice versa. When it was just me and him, he would always talk about how lucky he felt to have me as his daughter, and how he didn't know what he did right in his life to deserve me. But the truth is, I don't know what I did right to deserve him. My dad was a blessing. I think I was really the lucky one to be born with him as my dad. Throughout our lives, me and him have always taken each other's sides during an argument, made bad jokes that no one ever laughs at except us, and kept secret little inside jokes. He really has done so much for me throughout my life, and I will continue putting the love, support, and effort he has given me towards carrying on his legacy and making him proud. I know he'll still be looking over me and watching me while I work towards my dreams for the both of us. But I want to thank my dad for always making me feel like the most important person in the room. That's not something everyone gets to experience, but the love he has for me is truly special, and I don't think that will ever be beat. I'm really, really, really going to miss him, but I know he has some of the best company in heaven with some of his best buddies and his mom. There's not going to be a day that goes by where I don't miss my dad. There's a lot of things I'm going to miss about him, like our late night Maggie dinners, him dancing and trying to embarrass me in public, and going to Indian concerts with him and my mom, and most importantly, him telling me to study hard beta at the end of all of our FaceTimes when I'm at college. My memories with him will forever be cherished. Forever, just like I hope you all will do with your fond memories with him as well. And if it wasn't already obvious based on the number of people here today, my dad was a very, very popular man. This was definitely because of his infectious energy and entertaining personality. I would guarantee that he has made every single person in here laugh or smile at some point in his life. Whether it be laughing in a crowd as you were watching him dressed up like a woman on stage for Diwali, or whether it be him making a joke that catches you off guard during the middle of a conversation, he always, always, always has been known for making people around him laugh. His humor always came so naturally to him that most of the time he would have a joke ready before you were done finishing your sentence. Everyone that met him automatically loved him because he was truly one of a kind, and I don't think anyone could ever say anything negative about him because all he ever did was look after his friends and the Roanoke community. At home, I named him Mr. Roanoke because the only reason people know who I am is because of him being so popular around here. He was a friend to all and one of the most easily lovable people you would ever meet, and has done nothing but bring joy to everyone around him. We all have shared so much laughter because of him, and there's no man other than my dad who has brought so much joy and laughter to this community than my dad. So from here on out, I say we all must carry a little bit of Pinkish within us and pass that joy and laughter forward to those around us. He wanted his life to be celebrated, which makes sense because if you know him at all, he was always the life of the party. So from this day forward, all that I ask is that you remember him through the jokes and little things in life forever and continue to spread the love he has showed all of us. We've all been so lucky to have him in our lives because there's not a lot of people like him out in the world. His life was incredibly beautiful and should be honored and remembered every day by all of us. Me and my family thank you for joining us here today to honor him and celebrate his life. Dad, I'll always be your little princess and love you forever and ever. I can't wait until we meet again one day, but until then, just know I'm looking after Mom and Ishan. I'm going to keep making you proud. I love you so much, Dad. May you forever keep dancing and shining in heaven. Cheers. Next up, I'm going to have one of his close friends, Brothers Patel, come up and give a speech.
Jai Shri Krishna, everyone. Thank you all for being here today to celebrate the life of my dear friend and brother, Pinkesh, or as so many of you knew him, Pink, Pinku, Pink Baba, Pinko Darji, or Pinky. If you ever had the privilege of meeting Pink, even for just a moment, you knew what it felt like to stand in the warmth of sunshine. That's what he was to me. Sunlight, the kind of person who lit up every room, not by being loud or over the top, but by being real, joyful, unapologetically Pinkish. I love that about him. Pink was genuine to the core. He never pretended to be anyone but himself. No masks, no filters, just Pinkish. Real, raw, kind, funny, and full of life. And that's what made him so magnetic. He didn't just enter a room. He lifted it. He brightened it. He made it warmer just by being in there. The Pinkesh I knew had a heart so pure, it made me want to be a better person just by standing next to him. He never judged me. He never held grudges. And somehow, he always knew when I needed a laugh. His joy was contagious. Who could forget cross-dressing Pinkesh at Diwali Mela? That's just legendary stuff. But more than anything, Pink was authentic. Sure, he wore some crazy-ass outfits, but he never wore a mask. He never pretended to be perfect. He was just Pink. And because of that, he gave all of us permission to be ourselves, too. He showed me that fun didn't have to be shallow, that friendship, when rooted in truth and love, is one of life's most powerful forces. In a world that rushes by, Pinkesh reminded us to slow down, to laugh louder, love deeper, be real. Even when life got heavy, Pinkesh carried it with a kind of grace that inspired everyone around him. Well, maybe not all the time. About 20 days into his last hospital stay, I saw a side of Pink I'd never seen before. He started calling me names. Salo benchod, pani ma ice nati joy tu mana. Benchod dhireti baat kar. That went on for hours. Even in his darkest moments, he had me and Sonal laughing hysterically. That's just who he was, selfless, funny, pure of heart. I remember one night at the hospital, just the two of us talking, Pink told me he didn't want people to see him sick. He didn't want their lasting memory of him to be anything less than his full, shining self. Looking back, my takeaway from that conversation was that Pink wanted to be remembered as a light, not as a shadow. Even in suffering, he was thinking about others, how to protect us from pain, how to keep shining, even when his own light was dimming. I will miss his laugh, his spirit, the way he could turn even the simplest moments into something unforgettable. I'll miss how he made everyone feel like they belonged. I'll miss how he made us all better just by being who he was. To Sonal, Ishan, Dhruvi, Uncle, Charuben, and the rest of the family, on behalf of the entire Roanoke community, thank you. Thank you for sharing Pinkesh with us. He truly lifted an entire community, and we're all better off having known him. Today our hearts are heavy, but I know his light hasn't gone out. I truly believe that. It lives on in our stories, our laughter, and how we choose to live from here forward. His presence reminded us that life is beautiful, that even on the hardest days like today, there's still something worth celebrating. So let's honor Pinkesh by living like he did, with joy, honesty, laughter, and love. Let's live a little louder, love a little deeper, and laugh a whole lot more. For Pink, that's what he would have wanted for us. Rest easy, Pinku. I love you, bro. Now go say hi and have some chai with our dear friend and your sidekick, Saran Jiju. Thank you for being our light. You were one of the real ones, and we'll carry you with us always. Jai Shri Krishna.
Next up, I would like to invite Dr. Brijesh Patel to come and give a speech.
जय श्री कृष्ण। कितने आदमी थे? सरकार 12। कैंसर की कितनी गोली थी? सरकार 2। साले सवरी और इसने 2 रुपया लिखा ली। अब कितने आदमी हैं? सरकार 10। बस बैला 10 એટલે બસ। શું તમારે સ્વર્ગમાં પ્લોટ નંદાવો છે? ખબર નથી સ્વર્ગમાં જવાનો છે કે નરકમાં, પણ તોય પ્લોટ નંદાવો છે। આજે સ્પેશિયલ ઓફર છે, તરત નંદાવો, લખો @Pinko Realtor। આઈ નો એણે બધાને બહુ વાયદા કર્યા હતા કે ઘર જોડે ડ્રાયર અને વોશર ફ્રી આવશે, અને મારા ઘર માટે તો એને મને ફુવારો નક્કી કર્યો હતો, હજી સુધી આવ્યો નથી, પણ એ ફુવારો ઉધાર પિંકા। એક પ્રયોગ કરીએ, જોઈએ કે આ ઊભો થાય છે કે નહીં હજી? એનું આ સોંગ આવે એટલે અમે એને પૂછવાનું ના હોય. મને ખબર છે નથી થવાનું, પણ શું તમારે તમારા પૂર્વજો માટે અપ્સરાનો ડાન્સ ધંધાવો છે? પણ રિયલ અપ્સરા માટે ઇનફ ડોનેશન ના હોય કે જોગવાઈ ના હોય તો મેલ ટુ ફિમેલ વાળી અપ્સરા હમણાં જ ઉપર જવાની છે, તો તરત નંધાઓ એટ પિંકો ડાન્સર. I know he went on his terms, and as he may have shared with some of us, he didn't want us to see him in his state that he was at the very end. But he went on his terms. He wanted a specific date. Allah magu baila આવું ના થાય. પણ એને તોય ખેંચ્યા. મને વિચાર થાય હારો કાલે જશે પરમદા જશે હારું ખબર તો પડે. પણ he went on his terms. પણ એક બે ઇવેન્ટ એવી થઈ તો મને થયું કે કેમ આટલું ખેંચે છે હવે હજી. પણ મને લાગે આ પોપ જવાનું હશે ને એટલે કે હારું હું જઈશ ને તો મારી એન્ટ્રી ખોરવાઈ જશે, એટલે કે પોપને જવા દે, એનું બધું પતવા દે, પછી હું શાંતિથી જઈશ. પણ કદાચ આ સોંગ એણે એકવાર આના ઉપર કંઈક છેલ્લું એક નાની એક સ્કીટ જેવું કરેલું અને એનો ટોસ્ટ કરીશ કે જીના યહાં મરના યહાં इसके सिवा जाना कहाँ, जी चाहे जब हमको आवाज़ दो, हम हैं अब यहीं, हम थे जहाँ. चीयर्स, जा जी ले अपनी ज़िंदगी.
Next, I would like to bring up Kirtas Patel to give a speech.
Jai Shri Krishna. I met Pinkesh 25 years ago, and we've been friends over 25 years. He's the person with most loyalty to all his friends. He has a lot of integrity. My kids always said there is no dull moment with Pinkesh uncle. Even if he's not present, his name alone was funny. Many years ago, there was a restaurant here called Swagat, and me and he was going to go. I got there. There was a new waiter came in, and Pinkesh was coming a little bit later. And the waiter goes, "Are you Pinkesh?" I was like, "No." "Are you Pinkesh?" I was like, "No." He goes, "Are you Pinkesh?" I was like, "No, I'm Kirtesh. Pinkesh is coming." Then he still asked me, "Are you Pinkesh?" And then I was like, "Really?" Then the owner comes up and he said, "Sir, he's saying, are you paying in cash?" And this is really true story. And then I was like, man, his name is alone is so funny, even if he's not present there. He was a great friend, but he was a great son to Rajubhai, his father. Sir, he loves you so much, and you know that. And he made so many trips to New Jersey to fulfill his duties. And you and I both know what was those trips and how he done it. He does every duty as a son, except one. He should be giving goodbye to you, but you are doing goodbye to him. But don't worry, Ishan will fulfill his last ritual as well for you, sir. this person is, we say that everyone is replaceable, but that's not true. Some soul are not replaceable, and Pinkesh is one of them. He is not be replaced by anybody for our community or people who knows him so well. He gives so many people a new home with possible free dryer and washer. He gave also so many people a new business. He helped our Nepali community a lot as well, and Ronak community. He's resilient. All of us know him as funny and took life as very joyful. But it wasn't that easy for him. At very young age, he lost his mother, and he still march on to a life and give everybody how they should be living a life. In hospital, he would say this to us: remember, I live quality life, remember. And he keeps saying that again and again. Remember, I have been live quality life, so don't worry. And I said, okay. Thank you. He also, he called us one day and he said, I'm going this Thursday. And I was like, excuse me? He's like, I'm going this Thursday. And I said, that's not how it works. And he says, you don't understand what I'm saying, but I'm going this Thursday. And we were just not ready at that time. And again, when you go meet him, he will say, don't wear a suit on my funeral. Be colorful. Enjoy life. He just have a good intent for everybody. His intent was very clear. He also knew what he wants in his life. He was truly a Mukaddar ka Sikandar. He came crying, he went laughing, and he taught us, everybody, how to live a life. Pinkesh, to you for your friendship, your partnership, and for being my brother. Cheers.
Next up, I would like to bring up Todd Parson to come speak.
To say it's an honor to be here with you all is an understatement. As long as I've known Pinkesh, there's a couple things that always really stand out. One, his motto was, if you can help someone, you should. And I've learned over the years what that truly means, and he basically showed that every time I saw him. And Pinkesh was very patient with me, especially trying to teach me the game of cricket, which I still have no idea. But I used to love to go to Green Hill Park and watch him, and we would talk about it the next week. And he's like, "Did you come?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Did you see me?" I said, "Yeah, I saw you." I was like, I still don't know what you're doing, but nonetheless, I really always appreciated him for bringing me along and showing me things that were important to him, things that were important to his family. And I now have a lifelong addiction to Indian food, which I am most grateful for. And nonetheless, there was one big thing that I learned from Pinkesh, and it goes right along with, if you can do something for someone, you should. But the biggest thing that I will always remember is he never wanted credit for it. He didn't want people to know where it came from. And I think that speaks volumes of the unselfish person that he was. To his family, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me be here with you today. To Pinkesh, thank you for loving me unconditionally and my family. Cheers.
Next up, I want Bhupesh uncle to come up here and give a speech.
Jai Shri Krishna and Japnam. I think everybody just said a lot of things about Pinkesh. And we all know him for a long time, but we had a privilege to know him very well within few last years. When he joined with us, I don't want to say anything more about his quality of his nature, but personally what I experienced with him. When he joined with the volleyball team, he always think forward, like whenever he does the service, and if you have a point 3 and 5, he always say, "Hey Barry, I'm going for a 4. This is for a 4. When he does the service, he says, "I'm going for a 4. He always think forward. He never look at back. And always make me like, you see, whatever happened in the past, just think forward, look forward, and do the best what you can do. And I always worried about whenever he get the points, he come other side of the ground and show us where the ball was, and he was in, to just make sure he's right. It's not only that, whenever he come on our side of the ground, especially me, I have to be very careful. You never know when he's going to come and hug you. You got to be really careful with that guy. And still I believe, never know, might be, before he leave, might be he's going to do something like that to me. The first I heard his news on the Thanksgiving time. And Sonal told us like what his wish is. And there's a reason he doesn't want everybody to come and see him. And then we honor that. We did not go and see him without his permission, but he's a one-of-a-kind person. He always keeps his promise. He remembers, I'm very bad at cooking, but I'm very good at eating. I'm very good at, I love to have a good food. And he invited us in October at his house, and he made a really nice chicken, and he invited my son with me. He said, Bhupesh, bring your son Raj with, and we had a good party in October. And when we knew about this thing, and we did not go and see him at his house after November, but he knew how much we love. On January 10th, that day we had a lot of snow. Him and Sonal drove to my house to try my tea. I always talk about it. How only there's one thing I know how to make is tea. He came to my house, and that day we had almost like a 10-inch snow. He stayed, and I made tea, and me, Sonal, Radha, and me, all 4 of us had a tea that day. First ever he tried, and he told me that day, he gave me that approval, I'm a good tea maker. Yeah. And some of the people might be, you don't know. Pinkesh is one of the founder for our Ashram 4. And I know some of the Devis in our ashram are in trouble now. Rinku Devi, જ્યારે રાજા કંઈ તમને ઓર્ડર કરશે તો પિંકેશ તમને બચાવવા નહીં આવે હવે. ફાલો તારે જે બી કહેવું હોય તું કહી લે હવે. હવે તને કોઈ ટોકશે નહીં તારા વખાણ કરવામાં. ને રાધા હવે તારે કોઈ જ ચિંતા કરવાની જરૂર નથી. તને કાયમ સપોર્ટ કર્યો છે તારા ઢોકળાને ને ખમણને. અમે કોઈ બી નહોતા ખાઈ શકતા પણ પિંકેશ ઓલવેઝ એના વખાણ કરતો હતો એના ઢોકળાને ખમણના. એટલી બધી યાદો છે એની. બસ દોસ્ત પિંકેશ, I want to just say one thing, buddy. Wherever you are, stay happy. You're always in our heart. And just want to say thank you all. And Pinkesh, be in our life to make us so much proud and happy in our life. Cheers. Thank you.
I would like to invite up Hirsch Kaka next.
Jai Shri Krishna. You all have just heard what a great person and a friend Pinkeshkumar was. Today I want to take a little bit of time to tell you what a great older brother he was. Pinkeshkumar has always been a guiding figure throughout my life for as long as I can remember. We all know that Pinkeshkumar was not an early riser. He would be sending out text messages at 2 a.m. and drinking chai at 3 o'clock in the morning, staying up all night. Well, back when we were still all in Jersey and I was 2 years old, I would go and I would wake him up early morning because I wanted to watch Thomas the Train, and he'd be mad because I'm waking him up in the morning. And then when Sonal Babi and Pinkeshkumar, newlyweds, moved to Virginia, my morning shenanigans continued because Mom and Dad disappeared to India and made the newlyweds just new parents all of a sudden. So when it was time for me to get on the bus, I would go and hide in the bathroom, and my morning shenanigans just continued with him. Now, any other person in this world would get annoyed or would get mad, but somehow Pinkeshkumar just continued to stick by me and defend me. Especially when Mom would be mad at me, he would hide me from Mom and defend me from her. After Dad passed away about 15 years ago, Pinkeshkumar became my go-to for just about every aspect of my life. I can't tell you how many times I called Pinkeshkumar up, just shaking with anxiety, like literally shaking with anxiety. Pinkeshkumar, what should I do? I don't know where to start. And he would just call me and he'd be like, hey, come over. Or he would come and pick me up and we'd go make his rounds with him throughout Roanoke. And somehow, a few hours later, I'd be completely calm and he'd be like, see, there was nothing to worry about. Why are you going crazy? He taught me not to worry about the small things, and he's given me a lot of advice through the years. I just hope that I can continue to live up to that advice, pass it down to Dhruvi and Ishan, and he continues to live on with us. So, to one of the best big brothers that anyone could have asked for, go in peace, and please, enjoy the party that I know is waiting for you on the other side. Cheers.
Next, I want to call up Shito Foy.
I was honored to be by his side on his last moments. Thank you, Sonal, Dhruvi and Nishan, for giving me the opportunity to be with my brother, along with Charul. Pinkesh, you all know he is life of the party. He is the party. And I don't know what to say. I really don't, કારણ કે એટલું બધું થઈ ગયું છે અમાર ફેમિલીમાં કે this just is a shock even more. We grew up together from the first time he came from India with the Shah Rukh Khan looks and all the band baja barat for my wedding. But this tradition he carried through everything that he'd, whether it be bhajan, whether it be going to a funeral. And I think he got lucky where he fell in love with Sonal, who kind of made the laughing part even more easier. So I think one thing that Saran used to tell Sonal કે તને તો ફ્યુનરલમાં ના લઈ જવાય કે તું તો એમાં બી બહુ હસીસ. And I realized that this morning that, you know, I don't have a speech. I don't know what to say. But because I wish you lots and lots of partying up there, lots of roulette with your buddy Saran. And in token of that, I bought some roulette chips that you guys can put your numbers, 17, 7, 31, whichever you like. Till we meet again, we love you. Cheers to all the chai that we drank together in the hospital and all the parleji's.
Next, I want to bring up Charles and Charlu.
Hi everyone, my name is Charles. Great name. I'm very honored to have it because it was given to me by Pinku Mama. That's not the only thing he gave me. He gave me the opportunity to share his birthday as well. I'm sure if he wanted to, he could have had my mom hold on a few more hours so we didn't have to. But I'm here today to speak on my mom's behalf, Pinku Mama's sister. She wanted to say these words herself, but the grief, as many here, has made it difficult for her to speak her thoughts and feelings. So I'll be her voice, but these are her words from her heart. Pinku, he was my little brother, someone I grew up with, my partner in crime, my heart. I remember us as a full-of-life duo. I remember the childhood memories of us growing up in Gujarat. As kids, we would love setting up tiny stalls at carnivals, settling things, and at the end, counting every rupee like we had built an empire. Being his sister, even as kids, will forever be memorable. We played, we created, and together we would organize grand Navratri shows, music nights, children's trips, and people still talk about it to this day. And even then, Pinku and I were a team. We always had each other, and that was enough. And every day we would have an evening tradition. Without fail, we would either have our mom make us snacks and chai, or we would slurp on Maggie that we made together. And it felt like the world was exactly as it should be. a brother with a sister sitting side by side, sharing food, laughing, and talking about everything and nothing all at once. That was home. He was home. Then life took us in different directions. He moved to the US, and even though we both knew our bond was too strong for distance to separate us, I remember every Rakhi I sent him and tied to him, and while he's in heaven now, this thread will never break, just like our bond. Today, I count my blessings because in the last 20 days with him, the universe gifted us 20 years we lost. We sipped morning chai together like we used to. We joked and shared life in color. We laughed like kids, sat quietly like old souls, and we just existed in each other's presence. It was like he had orchestrated it as if some divine clock ticked just a little slower for us to be able to relive our love, our bond, one last time. He left too soon. There's no other way to say it. The world needed more of his magic, but he gave me and all of us a finale that was so full of love, laughter, and light that I'll carry for the rest of my life. Pinku, my brother, I know you're far away. We're not alone. Mom is up there making all your favorites and spoiling you like she always did, welcoming you home to her as part of you has and will always remain with me. You gave me one last gift of time, memories, and love, which I'll carry with me for the rest of my life.
Pinku Baka, I love you, beta. You will always remain in my heart.
Last but not least, I would like to call up Dakshish and Geeta.
Pinkeshkumar, Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Swaminarayan, Jai Jinendra, Jai Mataji, Jai Pinkesh, Jai Geeta, Jai Sai Ram. Good morning to all. My name is Geeta. I am Pinkesh's one and only, most favorite sister-in-law. I started my speech in such a way because that's how me and Pinkesh started our phone call, and each time we met since last 20 plus years. Pinkesh's presence in our family has been a source of joy, laughter that has no bounds. One memory that always brings a smile on my face is watching him joke with my parents about Lagri. And those of you who don't know, that's the yellow gold bar. He often asked my mom, Nirva, લકડી આપી દો ને બહુ ટાઈમથી લકડી આપી નથી છોકરીઓને આપી દો હવે. Those moments weren't just humor. They were a reminder of the deep bond he shared with our family. Another favorite memory with Pinkesh happened during my cousin's wedding in Santa Barbara. My son Keshav was about 5 years old at a time. And since it was my side of the family, there were at least 10 or more cousins, all called Mama by Keshav. But there was just one Masa in the group. And well, as you might guess, that distinction did not last very long. And Pinkesh being himself, he tried his best to make sure Keshav called him Masa. But a determined 5-year-old has a mind of his own, and for the entire trip, Pinkesh simply was another mama. Even today, when Keshav says his name, there is always a tiny pause as if for just a moment he's considering him calling again mama. This little hesitation always brings a smile to my face because it's the reminder of joy, laughter, and lightheartedness that Pinkesh carried with him wherever he went. These memories are very special to me, not only reflects his personality, but also shares a cherished family moments that sparks to the warmth and love he brought into our lives. Pinkesh weren't just a family member, he was the heartbeat of our gatherings. Whether it was his playful nature with my parents, his determination to convince a 5-year-old to call him Masa, or our phone call conversation that always started with our special greetings, he made every moment very meaningful. He taught us how to find happiness in the smallest things, to cherish family, and to always greet life with a smile. Ishan and Dhruvi, no one and nothing can replace love and presence of a father. Today I want you to know from my deep heart that your Masa Masi and brother Kesho are always there for you. Jai Shri Krishna to all.
Jai Shri Krishna, everyone. I'm Pinkesh's brother-in-law and Sonal's brother. We are here today not just to mourn Pinkesh, but to give him a kind of a send-off he would have wanted. Full of stories, laughter, and maybe a little bit of inappropriateness that we saw today. Pinkesh wasn't just one of a kind, he was a whole category in himself. He never simply entered a room, he burst in a room like he owned the place, usually wearing something louder than our combined personalities and throwing out jokes and sarcastic comments that would leave half of us laughing and other half mildly offended, but still laughing. And I came to just a few days ago that same thing happened at Amit's, his childhood friend, at his 25th anniversary, where he entered the room like he owned the place, you know, that it was his celebration. So it speaks a lot. He had an uncanny ability to turn simple 10-minute errands into a road trip. If you ever called him asking him, where are you? He'd give you PST, Pinkesh Standard Time, and say 5 minutes away, which meant maybe he's probably in his underwear and definitely nowhere near leaving the house. Now, one of the funniest things he ever did, and this says everything about him, was when he decided that I was single for too long. This happened about 8-9 years ago. Tired of all the failed setups by family members, he took matters into his own hands. His solution? A gentleman's club with me. And knowing how awkward it can be going to places with him, you can just imagine. He looked at me in the eyes and said, we're going to figure this out once and for all. Are you into women, or do we need to switch our strategy? He was bold, hilarious, a little inappropriate, and endlessly loyal. So today, let's not whisper goodbye. Let's laugh, let's toast. Let's remember him in full color. As they say in the showbiz, the show must go on, which is a motto Pinkesh lived by. And buddy, rest well and know that Sonal, Dhruvi, Ishan, your dad and mom and sister are strong, and they have great supporting cast behind them for anything they need. Wherever you are, we know you're already stirring things up for the next show. So, a toast to you. Hey, Papi, put it on 00 on roulette. Cheers. To sum up my speech, I would like to leave you with a quote from Indian movie, Mera Naam Joker. Kirti said, Jina yahan, marna yahan, iske siwai jana kahan, and the family would like to share a video of that with you. So.
Before we gave him a final farewell, it was his wish. We would be honored, he would be more honored if you can join us for a lunch at Beaumont Inn near Swaminarayan Temple. And one more wish he had was make sure you serve pan, his favorite thing after dinner. So pan will be served after lunch over there. Hope everyone can join us, please.
if I can take a moment just to invite our Hi He He family with the kids. If you're here, whoever's Hi He He, please come on up. So, it's Pinkesh is our friend, our brother, and I find this a very special honor and a privilege to say a few words on our behalf. And instead of a speech, there's two things I'd like to share. First is a poem. It's hard. It's hard. At 50, you're supposed to get ARP senior citizen discount. Though looking at you, knowing you, you were never old. Actually young at heart, not even a parent, but BFF to your kids. It's hard. Your illness came so fast. Before we could catch our own breaths, there was always something new. It's hard. You were courageous. Who else would get on stage and dance and drag? Who else would befriend your competition just to bring them up with you? Who else would say, enough, I'm okay, the cancer can't be beat? Who else can say, family, let's just be? Be in love, be in laughter, be in joy. It's hard. At the end, we missed your final days. Your greatest fear was people would only see the tragedy and not your true spirit. With little strength you had, you saved it for those closest to you, to let your love rebound and deepen with those dearest to you. It's hard. You lived life to the fullest. Your sensitivity was your superpower. It's what endeared you to so many. You soaked in the energy around you and you amplified it. Your humor rippled, bringing unending cheers and chuckles. It's hard, but wherever you are, take note. No black and white, just color to celebrate. Last evening, I had a chance to hear friends and family share funny moments, stories about their time with Pinkesh. And at the moment, I wanted to say something, but I just didn't have the words to express what I was feeling. And on my way home, driving, it hit me. Liquid courage. For those that don't know, liquid courage is when you have a problem, a situation, and you just drink enough alcohol to figure out the solution. For those that have witnessed us at Diwali Mela, none of us have talent. But Pinkesh gave us direction. He gave us strength, and he brought out the best in us. And speaking for myself, I've been on stage in my underwear and barked like a dog. And why do we do that? Because through us, Pinkesh got the crowd engaged, got them laughing, and just had fun. That was Pinkesh. He was mine, he was our liquid courage. And for that, we are all very grateful to you guys for sharing him with us. Thank you.
You say
start with the right.
Yeah, just start anywhere. Just start from one corner and then just line up for the last.
If we can begin with family, to offer flowers to Pinkesh. We'll start with the.
Yeah, as they do it, Sharmaji would like to say two things.
We can start from the back or something.
It's okay. Just like that.
If we can get people from the back to come and form a line and start offering your final prayers to Pinkesh. And I'd like to invite Sharmaji up to the mic to share a few words. Thank you. Please, from the back, actually, one from the side room, if you could please come around to the front and grab some flowers. If we can please begin.
जय श्री कृष्णा। शास्त्र में कहते हैं जो मनुष्य का जन्म लेने से अंतिम काल में जाने के समय 4 आदमी इम्पोर्टेंट चाहिए। 4 आदमी को रखना, 4 आदमी को संपादन करना। बट यहाँ पिंकेश भाई 4 नहीं, 40 नहीं, 400 नहीं, 4000 के ऊपर लोग आया है। इनका यहाँ मनुष्य होने से इतना लोगों के लिए सहायता किया है। इसका पुण्य प्राप्ति से साक्षात वो स्वर्गलोक प्राप्ति होगा। और भगवान भी सोचा है यहाँ होने से इतना हेल्प करते, हमारा पास रहने से और ज़्यादा करना पड़ता है, इसीलिए भगवान उनको अचानक से ले लिया है। भगवान उनका परिवार के लिए शांति देना और पिंकेश भाई आत्मा के लिए शांति देना। अच्छी तरफ आज जो वेद मंत्र से अग्नि संसार पूर्वक उनका दहन करते, वो कर्म कांड अच्छी तरफ होना चाहिए। ऐसा भगवान में हम सब लोग प्रार्थना करेंगे। इतना हम सब लोग यहाँ आके उनके लिए प्रार्थना करते, वेद घोष मंत्र बोलते, ये सब उनका सहायता करेगा। एंड वो पिंकेश भाई कहा भी है उनका आत्म शांति रहना, उनका आशीर्वाद हमेशा उनका परिवार में रहना। गॉड ब्लेस यू ऑल। थैंक यू।
For any members, for those that are still sitting, if you can please offer your last prayers. For anyone that's still sitting, can you please help offer your final prayers? Unfortunately, we are in a time crunch. So we'd appreciate your assistance. Thank you.
So हम first लेके आए लोगों